Yeah, that is a beastie Mac Mini. All right. YouTube looks like it should be going now. Okay, yeah, so the YouTube's going. I mean, yeah, Keck, I would say the Mac Mini is a really good investment. You may decide to wait for an M5. That's up to you. Like, how soon do you need it? I would. I'm kind of doubting they're going to roll one out next spring because it's only been a year and a half, but I don't know. I'm not paying attention to any of that stuff. So do your own research there. The one I have is an M4. Like, is the M5 already out? If so, then maybe a Mac Mini with an M6 is planned in like a year. I don't know. I don't know what their release schedules are like. No clue. But so for the YouTube, let me sum up what we're working on today. Hold on a sec. All right. So today we are continuing the Vue 3 wrapper, but I nerd sniped myself into building a tool to get version usage statistics from NPM, right? So for various frameworks like Vue, right? Should I target Vue 2 at all? I think based on stats, maybe I should, but we're going to continue doing that. We ended up vibe coding a CLI tool, but now I think a browser extension would be more useful. And it can just use the data on the page so you don't run into like rate limiting BS, right? So yeah, we're going to continue vibe coding that browser extension, letting just open code chug along in the background while we work on the Vue wrapper for WebLLM. So, sounds fun. Stay tuned. And then let me catch up on chat. Okay, so do I have a smart way to switch between, or do I just have separate screens, or do I have a switcher to hop over quickly? I don't know if my switching process is ideal, but here's how it works. So my left two screens are just for the stream PC. My right screen here is my work, gaming, and dev machine monitor. And those are just different inputs that I switch manually. Then I have a switcher, right? Like a USB switcher with 3 inputs and what looks like 4 outputs, but I'm only using 3 of them. And those go between my work machine, my gaming PC, and my dev machine. With those things, yes, it's 2 steps to do like a full switch, but it ends up being good enough for me. Like, the cost difference between a USB switcher and like a full-on KVM switch is way more effort. And it just didn't seem worth it to me. And like the cost is like way higher. Yep. Yeah, like your monitors, right? Like a good monitor has at least 3 or 4 inputs, so that part's good to go, right? Switching between that's just the input thing on your monitor button stuff. Now, because I'm streaming, I also have another switcher. And that switcher is like this thing where I, that's like the switch between my capture card and the various like HDMI outputs. So yeah, that's a little trickier, but it works. But if you're not streaming, you don't have to deal with that part. That part's extra just because I'm a streamer. You just use your MacBook monitor because you don't feel like switching your external. That is a level of peak lazy that I kind of admire. Good job, Moshiko. Here's what I'm gonna do though. I'm not sure I'm gonna be going out tonight. I do have that concert, but I'm also still feeling a little bit sick, and I don't know if I want to get people sick. So I could hop into a whiskey right now, and I think I might. Yeah, 2 whiskey. That's it. That's just the answer. Yep. It's not even a question. All right, so let me go rinse the glass. Let me take this. So I don't do like tea or coffee, but I have been doing like the bone broth when I want like a nice hot beverage. So yeah, I'm actually able to put these coffee cups to use, which is pretty nice. All right, got that. Got that. Grabbed a snack too. These Costco beef sticks are good. I wonder if they're like a well-known brand. They do kind of taste a little bit like the shit. I forget the name of the brand now, but there's a good brand that does like a Landjaeger. It has a bit of a Landjaeger taste. Mm. All right, one sec. I just realized. It'll be. Coca-Cola doesn't have to be cold. Looks like a pepperami. I mean, it just says grass-fed beef stick. Pretty good though. I know, I'm good at that, huh? So basically, I'm an influencer, right, Keck? I know, right? Where's my commission? Mm, damn it! Hold on. Trying to figure out which whiskey I should do. I picked up a big old thing of Sazerac rye. Could have been a mistake. But whatever. Not a big rye drinker. We'll give it a taster. Good cork pop, though. Right, Alan? And it's all right. We'll get a response from Alan in like 5 minutes after his text is finished uploading. For everyone not in on the joke, he posted his bandwidth report over in the Discord. He gets 1.5 megabits per second for his upload. And yeah, I am definitely not over whatever cold this is. Whatever. I'll do another vitamin C, though, after I pour the Coke. So yeah, Sazerac rye. Anyone got any opinions on ryes in general? It's almost got like an apple kind of smell to it. It's not bad. I have definitely had worse. Yeah, I mean, the key is like when it's mixed, you end up still getting like the notes, right? So if it ends up being like really bready, it's still going to be really bready. I think that's the biggest problem I've had with like a lot of the ryes. But no, this one's not bad. Oh, it's quite good in Coke. Yeah, it's actually a nice compliment to the Coke. All right, so switching things on this monitor. Did I just pop a vitamin and wash it down with alcohol? Yeah, but it's a vitamin C, so it's barely a vitamin. Thought I was gonna sneeze. Hold on. Still in there. I think we're good. Yeah, I thought it was coming. It didn't. And I think you just jinxed it, so thanks. No, it's fine. I don't care. All right. So, let's switch to the main screen. So let's at least kick off the open code thing. We did some work in progress. It should now detect the versions and display the statistics UI. Try it out. Let me know if it works. So yeah, we did a commit. Just making sure we left in a clean state. Let's show off that thing we're doing. So yeah, we refresh. The extension kicks in. Version usage statistics. This is the part that I'm quite happy with, but something seems wrong. Because 2.x.x, I don't know, something's weird there. If we go to minor versions, we can see 80% of the usage is on 3.5.24. Do we think that's accurate? Or it's on 3.5.x, sure. Like, as an example, do we still have the CLI tool open? Nah, we don't. Let me get more music going. The fact that this, like, lines up style-wise with the rest of the page so well is pretty good. That part, I'm a little amazed at. So what I want to do is manage our extensions. We'll turn this one off for now. Wait, what? I don't think I realized that npm.js is a React app. Interesting. Ooh, hold up. Interesting how it's all like jammed together like that. Okay, so 3.6.0 alpha. Does seem like it's fully server-side rendered, at least. Little bitty diver. How you doing? Are you the child of Holy Diver? Do you miss Dad? Has he been out too long in the midnight sea? I'm doing well. Yeah, how about you? And what's up, Trash Puppy? Hey, haven't seen you for a while, Trash Puppy. What you up to? So yeah, let's do the shout out thing. Sorry. And yes, that Holy Diver reference, that's how you know how old I am. I like to leave little hints like that from time to time. So you were building from magazine inspiration. Oh, you're doing some Sims 4? Awesome. Yeah, I didn't catch that till just now. Okay. Yeah. So you were looking at like random like magazines and like building their layouts or whatever? Sounds fun. Yeah, awesome. Did about 2.5 hours on some Python and then you switched. Gotcha. What were you doing with the Python? No offense, I'm more interested in that than Sims. Though I have spent a lot of hours of my life playing The Sims. Hold on, I got a sneeze coming. Oi. Woo. That was a good one. Oi. All right, so you're just getting back into it. You've been away from coding for over 4 months and at least 6 from Python. Gotcha. So when you say getting back into it, was that like leak code? Were you just like building a fun side project? Oh, and thank you. I'm more of a Sims player than a builder. Like when I played it, like, and it's probably been years. I don't even know if I played Sims 4. I know I played a lot of Sims 3 though. Like when did Sims 4 release? $2014? Yeah, probably played it then. Yeah, I think it's tough. Like, how do you feel about Sims 5? Right? There will be no Sims 5. Yeah. Right? Because I think people would revolt with how much they've invested into expansions and stuff, right? Then starting over from scratch with a Sims 5 sounds kind of crazy. So instead, it'll probably just have to be like a revamp of Sims 4 in which like all of the expansions are still like applicable, right? So I think that's tough. Yeah, they're kind of like they're a little stuck. You have almost all the expansions. Yeah, people would riot. There would be threats on EA executives' lives, you know? Not saying that's okay, but it would happen. So yeah, I think the only path forward for them is to somehow make whatever new thing they do for Sims 5 actually be like fully like backwards compatible with everything they're doing. 450 pounds. Yeah, exactly, dude. Like it's an investment. They've got to upgrade Sims 4. I totally get that. Like I totally get that. But I think what they'd have to do is sure, they could charge for a Sims 5 thing, but you're thinking there's no way they'd make it backwards compatible? I feel like they have to. I think maybe one thing they could do if they really, really did the Sims 5 thing, is they'd have to say, like, use your previous payments to, or like using your previous like expansions, you get credits towards expansions for Sims 5 or something, right? Like, I think that could be possible. Right? So, if they could give you credit towards expansions, then they could still start from scratch with a new engine. And then as new stuff comes out for Sims 5, well, yeah, because you've bought these previous expansions, you get some kind of credits towards the new ones. And then they're still getting like more people in, right? Someone could do a similar game idea. I think so too. Like, one thing I was going to say is like City Skylines. Every character in City Skylines, like every person in City Skylines actually has like a work schedule. They have like things they do, right? Problem is EA owns City Skylines too. But that would be an interesting like path forward. Rather than starting over with a Sims 5, they could take City Skylines and dive deeper. That could be interesting. But yeah, I don't know. Fun to think about. I believe they own City Skylines as well. And no, I literally mean City Skylines. Is it Paradox? Did I have that wrong? Oh, it is Paradox. Shit. Never mind. I was wrong. I thought that was an EA thing. Inzoi. Yeah, I'll look at Inzoi in a sec. Yeah, my bad. I could have sworn they owned City Skylines. No, not that they stole the ball. I thought it was still owned, but like really, I would say Paradox is poised to maybe take the City Skylines thing and go deeper. Right? So could you imagine someone else is building like a City Skylines, like the city part, and you could be just, you could operate Sims within that world? That opens a whole lot of possibilities for roleplay and community building. The scope of it is kind of insane, but could be really cool. So yeah, I would say City Skylines is the thing that makes it like they are the people that could take that ball. Now, Inzoi, we'll look at Inzoi, sure. But it's also like a hugely ambitious project too. Oh wow, yeah, like yeah, the graphics and fidelity of this is crazy. Yeah, no, this definitely seems like it could be a big part of that. Korean studio, Craft On. Yep, sounds Korean. Inzoi Studio, like it's a company built just around this game. Crazy. Yeah, I would say if Paradox is smart, they'd try and buy this, or at least like do some kind of collaboration where maybe you could do both games together in some way. Like, yeah, that could be interesting. I really, really think the idea behind like a city skylines where like you can decide what level you want to be part of it, and like the game master would be the person designing like the entire area. But then there's still the idea of like, well, no, like people build their own houses still. People build their own whatever, and they're just existing within this world you created. That could be cool. And then you could pick and choose like what server, and the server would be like the world you live in. You could pick and choose which like world you live in, and the streamer could, or not streamer, but like I'm thinking streamer in this case because I am a streamer, but the world builder, you know, you could choose if you like being in a world that has a lot of like natural disasters or whatever, right? Like, and the future for like modding a game like that could be insane, especially from like a streamer perspective. But the scope of that is also insane, right? Like you would have to have a studio that has $1 billion they're willing to put in to a future like that. Like they'd have to be playing the 10-year game, you know? Which is why I think Paradox is maybe a good choice for that kind of thing. But okay, so people joining from the raid, the thing we're working on. And yeah, you were just doing, hold on, you said Python stuff, you're doing some, what was the service you mentioned? Code Academy? Yeah, Code Academy. Yep. So yeah, just refamiliarizing yourself. Yeah, I get it. I would say if you're already somewhat familiar, don't spend too much time refamiliarizing yourself. Just get in there and start building something. You know, don't spend too much time in like tutorial hell. Like start actually like building projects. And that's like a way better use of your time, and it's a way better way to make things stick, right? Like Code Academy is not that much fun, right? Instead, you could build projects and the learning will stick a lot better. But yeah, so the thing that we are working on is, well, I got two things. There's the thing in the title, right? And that thing in the title is we're making wrappers around WebLLM. And what's up, Null Pointer? How you doing? Yeah, good to see you again. I feel like you were in that stream that we rated yesterday, right? So yeah, good seeing you. So yeah, we're making wrappers around WebLLM for various frameworks. But we're also doing this other thing. And let me just paste this in somewhere. Example.html. Right, and I'm just going to save that and call it good. That's a large file, it seems. Okay. And yeah, I'm doing well. Just hanging out. So yeah, the idea being, let me turn this extension back on. I am not that into the whole like vibe coding thing, but I feel like I need to understand it better. So I'm forcing myself to do a little bit of that for some very like small scoped projects. And this small scoped project is, well, when you go to a page like this, right, for NPM, you might want to see like usage statistics of how downloaded is a certain version of a repo, right? So when it comes to version 3.5.25, you know, we see 307,000 downloads. When we see show deprecated versions, and maybe that's part of the bug that I had, right? Like, we want to see, like, well, hold on, there's version 2 dot something, if we can find it. Yeah, 2.7.16. It's technically deprecated, but 830,000 downloads in the past 7 days. if you're trying to think about like, well, if I want to make a library for Vue, it seems like maybe considering Vue 2 is still worth doing. But how do we know for sure? So it's buggy still, but if we were to refresh, our extension should kick in, and we get these like usage statistics, which are wrong, but at least you get the idea of what we're trying to do. I want to see like percentage of downloads for a specific major version. And yeah, based upon what we just saw with the 2.x.x, something's off there. And I think that has to do with deprecated versions or not. So the idea being is I want to make sure, am I building for the right version of a package? How far back do I need to go for backwards compatibility or just historical usage? And it only works for JavaScript frameworks because it has to be here on npm.js. But I'd love to see a similar way of doing this for like other versions of, let's say, Ruby or Go or Rust or PHP or whatever, right? But for now, we're just doing this browser extension that adds this like easy to consume analysis of what you see in these tags. So that's the main goal there. Now I'm pretty sure we need to prompt this thing the right way. So we've got open code going. We're using their model called Big Pickle. And what is it? Like Control X? How do we force a recompaction? Let me get more music on first. I can just do /compact. Maybe. All right, session compacted successfully. So we go back to the plan agent. The tool works pretty well, but the numbers seem off. I think part of it is that we need to check a box for, what do they call it? Show deprecated versions. And what did I name this file? Example.html. All right, so it's going to generate a plan for us. Okay. Yeah, sure. Cool. Build it. And we will see how that goes. All right, and we'll let that just keep going while we do this other stuff. So, the main task that we're doing, the thing in the title, is we're making wrappers around WebLLM. And we ran into this issue yesterday where, for some reason, our Vue 3 wrapper is not being recognized by our build process. And I find that kind of confusing. So we're building the package here. That part's just fine. What I'm wondering, hold on. Let's go to the Vue 3 package. I think this main is the problem. Yeah, that's totally the problem. Okay, so we kind of want to borrow from the React version and just see what we got going there. I think we end up needing this. And our version is going to be 0.0. Very early stage. All right, so let's just stop and restart the build process. And then that should be better. Refresh there doesn't like it, but what if I do this? Aha! So that was totally it. All right, so yeah, it was the way I was exporting from that package. And yeah, I just wasn't seeing that yesterday while we were debugging. So we got that fixed, and our next step. All right, so number one, this needs to populate with our models. Oh, I got a sneeze coming. I know it. All right, no, I think we're good. We probably want to bring in some like Vue component library, right? Vuetify is the last one I'm familiar with, but anyone have any preferences for like a Vue component library? All right, we see Prime Vue. Vuetify still looks like it's top of the list. I feel like I've used Quasar in the past. Do we have any Vue devs out there? Oh. There we go. Is there a ShadCN Vue? Oh, hold on. Yeah, Yanlin. 1 second. Awesome. Yeah, you can do links in the future. So there is a ShadCN view. Oh, all right. I'm down. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I kind of wondered if there was one. So perfect. Hell yeah, dude. Woo! Oh, buddy. Ay. Woo! I woke up this morning and my sinuses were like clear and like not runny or anything. But yeah, as the day went on, it just got worse. I don't get what the deal is. All right, so we added the tailwind stuff. Yep, we'll do that. All right, then we add this, the app. I don't think we need dependency for it. We'll just add that. Oh, we do need to add types node. What about base future? All your base are belong to us, right? And what's up, Kenny? Mr. Sir. Let's check on our open code thing. Rondolph, how am I loving, hating the way Vue does things? I've done Vue in the past. I don't use it often enough to have a lot of this stuff memorized, but I mean, the ref thing, like, it's basically just signals. I've done signals with other stuff. It's not a big deal. I like Vue 3 better than Vue 2. Let me put it that way. I think a lot of the BS you had to do with the manual defined component stuff was pretty annoying. So I think Vue 3 is a massive improvement using the composition API. So yeah, today we are on the Sazerac Rye. And yes, this is a giant bottle. It's bigger than my head. Costco sized. Did I just say my head is Costco sized? Basically, yeah. It's not wrong. But yeah, how you doing over there on YouTube, Rondolph, Mr. Sir? So yeah, Rondolph, if you're unaware, we are doing 2 concurrent projects. We're fully embracing that vibe coding, aren't we? Ish. But the idea is we have this browser extension that, you know, on one of these versions pages for like something like Vue, you could actually see statistics about which version, major, minor, etc., is most downloaded or most used, technically. So that's what we're kind of working on the side as we build out the WebLLM wrapper, and we're letting open code kind of take the wheel because it's a very small scoped project that I think that is what LLM and like vibe coding is best at, right? Like LLM coding, you know? I know there are people who are massively effective with Claude Code, etc. I would be curious how true that is. Like, I have a coworker. They're really good at what they do. They're a project manager, product manager, like, awesome, very smart dude. Like, not stupid whatsoever. And they've been vibe coding stuff. And it's funny that, like, they are basically like an AI, like, Zoomer, you know? Like, they think it's like the car versus, like, the horse and buggy. I push back on that theory. I'd love to see the code that's getting produced by what he's building. Like, I'd love to see him build like an actual product instead of demos, instead of like proof of concepts. Personally. And I'd love to see when he runs into the bottlenecks. So we had someone who we spoke to who is a very close friend of mine. I don't want to dox names or anything because that part doesn't matter. But they mentioned how their company is kind of pivoting towards like, yeah, vibe code, whatever AI slop you want. When you're ready to actually make it real, bring it to us and we'll like de-AI slopify it. And that sounds like, oh man, they're hating on AI, but they've been in the business of taking projects that you might build internally or with an offshore developer or just like a cheap agency. They've been taking projects like that and making them better since the start of their company. There's no difference between cheap offshore labor, and I'm not saying all offshore labor is bad, but cheap offshore labor versus AI slop, tomato, tomato, right? So if you're good at making cheap offshore labor into a better product, fixing AI slop is the same exact thing. So it's not like it's a pivot of their business in any way whatsoever. It's the same thing they've always been doing. Now there's just way more projects being made in that fashion because it's cheaper to do so. So I think they're going to see, like, companies like that are going to see major booms of people proving out an idea first. And yeah, sorry, Sylar, we got to have English only here. Nobody here, no, English only. That's it. I'm sorry, English only. You understand enough because I can read at least part of what you've written. But come on, man. We got to all stay on the same page. So you're not banned yet, but yes, English only. Half of it was not English. Right? You have a few words in English, but yeah, I mean, sorry. There are other streams for non English speaking. I would recommend those instead. But yeah, the idea just simply being fixing AI slop is the same as fixing bad developer code, you know? Or devs that don't care enough. So at that point, I'd love to see production ready code from this coworker that made like the horse and buggy versus car analogy. It's all a matter of perspective, and I get it, but they're not a dev, so they don't understand how what they're writing isn't good enough. And maybe it is, but I haven't seen them make an actual product. I'd love to see the security holes that product has. So yeah, let's reload this and see how it went. Oh shit. Dude, it fucking nailed it. That looks right. Like, that looks dead on balls accurate. Oh shit. Dude. Right? And yeah, for something as small as this, yeah, we don't care about security vulnerabilities. It's a browser extension that lives ephemerally for a single page load. There is no security, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think so too, Rondolph. But at the same time, if he's focusing on something very narrowly scoped like this, you can easily prompt this away, right? So yeah, I'm finding that like vibe coding is totally viable when your scope is small enough. And for something that you don't care about maintaining. Like, yeah, when a bug's reported for something as small as this browser extension, that's fine. We'll solve that. And we could probably vibe code the bug fix. So yeah, I almost feel like this is ready. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yum. Like, we did that yesterday, right? Like, there's this talk by Dylan Beatty. And maybe not a talk, blog post. Sorry. If you're not familiar, he made the Rockstar programming language. He's a fucking genius, right? But he makes blog posts and all sorts of fun stuff. And no, that's maybe not the right post. His 5 latest. He does blog quite a bit. So hold on. The problem with vibe coding. And it's actually a lot more pragmatic than you would expect it to be. So I'll paste that there. I'll paste it for YouTube as well. And he's not as anti as the title would make you think. What it's going for is there's a difference between a product and a program. And vibe coding is really good at making programs, right? To him, programs are works on my machine code. They're things that you might crank out a few times a week, experiments, prototypes, that script you hacked up to rename all MP4 files in a folder. You know the one. No error checking, hard-coded path names. Does it work on Windows? Who cares? I'm on Linux, right? So it's about like the big difference between a product and a program. And to me, like, this is important, right? Because once you understand that distinction, then you can have better conversations with people about various parts of vibe coding. And to me, in my opinion, this coworker I was talking about, they've been making programs. They've been making prototypes. They've been making designs into somewhat working HTML, CSS, JavaScript, right? But they're not building products. And building a product, vibe coding, we've all seen how badly that goes for pretty much every single instance we've seen of it, right? Yeah, use cases matter. Absolutely. So, yeah. That's at least my point. I don't want to harp on this too much, you know, but I think there's value in understanding these things a bit. And yeah, the right people are doing vibe coding, but the loudest instances of vibe coding gone wrong are by the wrong people. Right? Like the fucking Klarna CEO. I don't give a shit what that asshole has to say. He's trying to help people finance cheeseburgers. He is a blight on society. I don't give a shit what that dude says. He is basically doing payday loans, but even more predatory. Fuck that asshole. Right? So I don't care what his opinion about AI coding is. He's a snake oil salesman at best, and he is a malicious asshole at worst. Yeah, he's a loan shark for burgers and hot dogs. Like, dude, fuck that asshole. Here's the thing, King. The people who are financing a burger or a hot dog probably don't have great credit to begin with. It's part of like the entire financial crisis we had in 2008. Anybody could get a mortgage, no credit needed, right? Sound familiar? So yeah, like just a blight on society, and when everything goes tits up, he's going to want to get bailed out. Because he's a part of like the leech class. Right? People think like low income people who need social safety nets are part of the leech class. No, it's fucking billionaires, dude. They get more in tax incentives and fucking tax write-offs than all of the fucking social safety net shit we have in society at all to begin with. Yeah, they are the leech class. That is a good way of putting it, King. Yeah. There's only so many fintech companies that are actually good. Most are tapeworms. Like, really think about that. They are parasites. They're there to siphon off the food that you would get to make it their own nutrients. They are tapeworms. They are parasites. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, we don't want to get too political here, but shit. No, no. Hacksaw over on YouTube. I'm talking about Klarna. I don't remember what Affirm does. Is Affirm the consultancy? Or is that another company that starts with A? Oh, Affirm also does like... Oh, they do the same thing as Klarna? Okay, so just as shitty. Just as shitty. Yeah, they're like Klarna? Okay. Yep. Just the parasite class. But okay, so let's get back to this thing. Like, holy shit. Right? Like, vibe coding for programs. This browser extension is a program. And it's useful. Abdu, you use Klarna? For what and why? Have you done the math on how much you're actually spending on interest? In EU, you don't have credit or credit scores? Okay. No interest on what you're doing. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'd say go for it. I still think they're a parasite, but, you know. If you're able to do whatever you need to do without actually making them money, I'm all for it. And then me too. You keep getting LinkedIn job alerts for Affirm. You tend to ignore them, never paid attention. Yeah, exactly. It's free for the user. They take commissions from the seller. Interesting. All right, so maybe I misunderstood their business model a bit. I still consider it shady. I'm wondering how much like markup you're paying to the seller then. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe nothing. Maybe it's just built into their bottom line. But okay, so I misunderstood their business model a bit. That's on me. Yeah, I'd be so surprised if you're never paying any interest. But maybe if you pay it off in time, then you're good. Like, I would expect that you're paying interest eventually. But I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know. I guess I haven't looked into it enough. So maybe that rant is null and void. Still a fun one, though, right? Ooh, that was the end of the album, though. No rant is ever null and void. Because there's an entertainment value to it, right? So Affirm charges interest. Okay. Okay, so Affirm is charging interest. But maybe I misunderstood Klarna. I could see that. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I misunderstood at least Klarna's business model. I still don't like the CEO, though. Oh, okay. So it is a payday loan, right? It's just not predatory until you miss payments. Is that it, Robert Tables? Okay. So you can split your cheeseburger into 4 easy payments of $1.50. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. Well, I mean, Abdu, I would look at the fine print. Like, what if you miss a payment? What happens then? I would really, really double check that, Abdu. Yeah, late fees for missed payments apply too. Yes, maybe they just get you with a late fee, which is just interest in address. Well, I mean, me too. Like, the interest is already gonna, like, it is already getting you. Like, if you're financing a cheeseburger, you're struggling. Right? The type of person who finances a cheeseburger is doing so for a very specific reason. Oh, I got a sneeze coming. Yeah, I really hope I'm healthy by Friday. There's like a dinner I want to go to, but I'm not going to get people sick. People I like, at least. I might go to the concert tonight anyway. I'll bring a bunch of hand sanitizer. It'll be fine. But yeah, I will not do that for the Friday dinner if I'm not healthy yet. The concert tonight is minus the bear. And technically, I could skip the one tonight because they're playing like 3 separate shows. I think they're doing tonight, Friday, and Saturday. So it's even something I could do like after the dinner on Friday if I'm healthy then, you know. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Yeah. Oh, what's the name of that character? Like like Wheezy or something like that? It's from Popeye. I know that much. Wimpy, that's it. Yeah. And Sokolo, they were better when they had the bear. J. Wellington Wimpy. Solid name. All right, so yeah, we just vibe coded this extension. I say we get it out there. I say we just do it. I say we publish it. Right? Yeah. Yeah, it works great. Like, these numbers are like dead on balls accurate from what I can tell. Right? If we're looking at major versions, 21% for 2.x, 78% for 3.x. Yeah, this is looking pretty right to me. We go to minor versions. We see 3.5 is the mainly used one, but 2.7 and 2.6 are right behind. Yeah, and based on like the numbers that we saw in the list here, I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, like open code is just part of the solution, right? Like the model matters too, but the way that like open code is adding their own extra stuff to it is really cool. So yeah, yeah, pretty pumped on it. Let's try another. Ooh, hold on. Angular. Abdu, why are we looking at Vue? Because we're making a WebLLM wrapper around Vue, and I needed to figure out what versions I need to support. So yeah, if we're looking at Angular and major version usage, 9.x is still 9%. Who here has ever worked on an Angular like project for a company? They never give you time to update, do they? It just doesn't happen. And it's so stupid because if they just dedicated one sprint every 6 months, they could stay up to date, and it's so much better. So yeah, Sergeant Pepper, not since Angular 1.6. Yeah, Angular 1.x doesn't count, in my opinion. But even then, Angular 2 has a major problem, right? Or just Angular now, where, yeah, 10% of downloads of Angular are still using 9.x. Right? And we're still seeing significant enough usage for versions older than the latest, right? And in fact, 20 is still more used than 21, which is technically the latest. So yeah, that's definitely kind of an issue. It looks like 21's brand new, though. Do they still make big API changes between versions? It's not as big as like a major version between React versions. Like it's not that many big API changes. It's just something that you kind of have to do, and if it never makes it onto, the board from backlog, then it just never happens. And it's really just it happens at bad companies, right? At companies that don't prioritize tech debt. But you know what companies don't prioritize tech debt? The biggest enterprises in the world. Which is kind of hilarious. There you go, Sergeant Pepper. That is a very good segue from our Klarna discussion earlier. That's just funny. Damn, man. That was good. That was solid. That was fucking awesome, man. Large companies have proxies and caches for public repos, so they rarely hit NPM. That's not true in the way you're thinking, at least. They do if they're running Azure DevOps. Azure DevOps is the only thing that makes that part actually easy. I've worked with several enterprise companies. We're talking like life insurance type shit. They are not running their own NPM proxy. They're not running Verdaccio. They're not running any of that shit. So if they're not on Azure DevOps, they're not doing that. I would say big tech companies do that, but big companies do not. And there's a big distinct difference there. Right? If your main product is tech focused, then I get it. Yeah, totally. You're thinking about that stuff. If you're not, you're not. Like, just really think about that. All right, so we don't have a remote setup for this yet. We need to create that over in here. Hold on, what's this? Is that just now? Send it? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's just teamwork. That's a solid one. All right, so yeah, npm version stats extension. Yeah, yeah. And King, did someone say solid JS? We'll be doing a solid JS version of all this. Yeah, yeah. Of the WebLLM wrapper? 100%. Yep. I want to build a version of this wrapper for all of the big front end frameworks because I think it'd be some good conference talks. Conference driven development, man. I don't think I coined it, but I probably use it most. Like, as an example, Illis Preacha, like, I'll happily propose a talk for a conference where I only have the title and the description. And if I get accepted, well, now I got to build it. Like, I'll totally do that. Yeah. I might even do that with the WebLLM thing. Because there are some CFPs that are ending within the next couple weeks. If they accept it, they will come. Right? It's like Field of Dreams, Field of CFPs, or CFP of Dreams. I don't know. We're workshopping it, you know. There's another sneeze coming. Man. No, it's gone now. Let's grab another soda. Another soda. Because, yeah, right? Wednesday before Thanksgiving, it's basically a Friday, right? It's basically a Friday. It's a Friday in wolf's clothing? Does that work? I don't know. Whatever. You finally upgraded your GPU, been trying to figure out a good model you can run locally. Lots of learning on how to balance model, context, and performance. And are you doing like coding stuff? Like, are you looking for like a coding model? So keep in mind, Kenny, open code is just a wrapper, right? But one thing to check out is maybe Devstral if you're looking for like a coding model that you're going to run locally, right? Because open code isn't the model. Open code's the thing that makes the model more useful, right? Yeah, another one you might check out is Devstral. I've gotten Devstral running locally too. And the amount of like billions of parameters you need to run, etc. Right? Like Devstral is way down there, but also gets really good results compared to Qwen 3, DeepSeek, Gemma. So yeah, give Devstral a try. And this is another reason why I'm a big fan of All Hands, because they worked with Mistral to make this happen, which is super cool. So yeah, just, I know I'm using open code. I want to use Open Hands here at some point, formerly known as Open Devon. But yeah, right. Like, keep in mind, I have a bias. My previous boss's boss is running this company, and he's awesome. So I'm happy to support them any way I can. That said, you know, I'm also somewhat familiar with Dex, so I'm giving open code a try, and open code is really nice. Like, I'm almost thinking I could give feedback to the Open Hands team based upon how familiar I get with open code. Sorry for the burp. And Sumit over on YouTube. I'm amazing? I don't know about that one, but I'll take it. Thank you. I'm really bad at taking compliments. I don't know if you guys know that. Like, most of the time. Something I got to work on. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Are we doing compliments? I'll take that one. Yeah. What's the quote from Ferris Bueller? Yeah, the dweebs, the nerds, the jocks, they all think he's a righteous dude. Wait, Mr. Hand? Who's Mr. Hand? Don't Google that. South Park is Mr. Hat. Isn't that right, Mr. Hat? Who's Mr. Hand? Don't Google that, though. I'm not Googling it on stream. I might look over here on the side, though. It's a Fast Times at Ridgemont High reference? Oh. Yeah. So Spicoli, right? It's like when he like orders the pizza to class or whatever. Is it during that scene? Why is that not something I should Google on stream? The teacher or the guy? Like in the movie or the actor who played him? I'm so confused now. So Mr. Hands, plural, is a separate thing. Oh. I am not familiar with that. That sounds terrifying. All right. Oh, that happened right here in Washington. Yep. Yeah, that happened right here in Washington. That is terrifying. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, no, there's a big reason I never did anything with 4chan. No, thank you. Gross. Newgrounds? Okay. Sure. But yeah, no. That website? Fuck that. No, thank you. No, I'm talking about that website being a haven for degenerates. E-Bombs World. Yeah, that's the craziest. Yeah. It angers you that Google decided to single-handedly kill Flash? No, that was Apple that did it. Apple killed Flash. And the reason was because Flash escaped their sandbox. Right? It escaped their walled garden. It was a threat to their infinite money printer. I would assume Safari started it first. And yeah, one thing to remember 3D Factor, Applets was Java. Right? Applets was a Java thing. Flash was a totally separate thing. Flash was Shockwave, you know? Anyone ever actually work with Silverlight? No. Yeah, I don't remember anyone doing Silverlight. Yeah. Yeah, Shockwave was basically like the container format. Flash was the tool for authoring those things. Technically, Director could have done it as well. Hmm. Still not yet. Yeah, not completely. And it's taken 15 plus years to get there. All right, so when we're looking at this extension, right? Yep. You know one company that is totally dead now and I think we're all happy? Real Player. I am so happy the internet killed Real Player. That was a way bigger blight than Flash and Silverlight and all that shit. Real Player was the devil. Oy. Man. I woke up this morning and like my sinuses were really good, man. And then just as the day went on, they got worse. Oh, ActiveX was terrible. Yeah. But luckily, ActiveX was only a thing in Internet Explorer, right? Because they had a basic monopoly at one point. Yeah. So ActiveX died the moment that monopoly got fucked. WXT, it's a browser extension framework. So if you want to make cross-browser extensions, right? So basically just Firefox and Chrome at this point, WXT is the only way to, well, not the only way. It's one of the better ways to do it. There's Plasmo, WXT, and I think we saw like 2 or 3 others, like Extension JS, and there's some other one I'm thinking of that I'm forgetting. All right, so before we go too deep, let me make sure we got this right. So that's the name. And hold on, that's a big ol' message. If it works on Chrome, it should work on Edge. Yeah, totally. Yeah, we're just talking like any Chrome compatible, but Firefox is separate. So currently these days, building for cross-browser extensions is just Firefox and Chrome at this point. Chrome will get you Opera and like all of like the Chrome wrapped ones for sure, and Edge counts in that regard. But I don't remember what publishing for Safari is like. I feel like Safari still honors the Chrome like flavor of extensions. So it's really just Firefox and Chrome at this point, but they do very different things based upon like your manifest version. And that can get really annoying. There you go, jar sauce. All right, so the next thing we want to do, I just wonder if there's some other like description stuff I need to do for like the metadata of the extension, right? Like I don't want to do this, so all right, let's come up with a logo for npm version stats as a browser extension. Instead of like npm, we could do nvs in the same like red like box or whatever. I guess it's just the N. What's everyone using for like AI image generation these days? Is Banana like the one? Like, does it do logos? Oh, shit, I clicked deny. My bad. Damn it, I clicked the wrong button. Sorry, yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure I want to, like, allow the word edgelord anyway. But yeah, sorry about that. I did just click the wrong button there when it got auto-modded. Like, where do you even use Nano Banana? No, I get it, jar sauce. Like, this is for a simple one-off browser extension, you know? And yeah, sorry about denying that. That's my bad. Oh, I could use yeah, we do have a local thing too. Let's just see what this does, and then yeah, let me remember what that tool was. God. It's like diffusion B or something like that. Yeah, diffusion B. There it is. Could I ask it for SVG output? I don't know. Ooh, Cuban B. Yes, Cuban B. Right near the beach. Lord of mercy. Oh, I forgot the boy. Yeah, totally. I like it. Yeah, no, I like it. Yeah, I feel like Google has never seen the NPM logo. But I also wonder if Google purposely doesn't because it's Microsoft owned. Big brain. What is this NPM you speak of? We could convert it another way too. I could just trace it. Yeah, just SVGO. Yeah, just to optimize it for sure. Yeah, thank you, Robertables. I appreciate that. Who are you going up against in fantasy this week? I'm going up against Vaders. So that one's going to be a little tricky, but doable, I think. Man, this is taking way too long. Patrick's Peerless team? Is he... Hold on. Is he the one that's undefeated still? Do we have someone who's completely undefeated? No, that's Tom's Ingenious team. And he's not undefeated, at least. Okay. Okay. Dude, Tom's killing it, man. Holy shit. I vote we kick Tom out of the league. How dare he? We could kick Tom and we could kick managerless team, and then we'd be even. We'd be good to go. Right? From the top and the bottom. I feel like Tom lost the past 2 weeks just to like humor us. Just a little bit. All right, so yeah, this seems broken. Whatever. All right, looks like I still need to get in there and edit this a little bit. Well, that's fine. That's not a big deal. Open with Affinity Designer 2. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with with how this extension came out. Would have been faster to just trace it. Only if I was using Flash still. Like, I don't know if you know this. Flash was my, like, tracing anything from scratch tool. Yeah, I know, right? Like, the shortcuts were just better. Shape auto merge. Yep. Yeah. There was a lot that was like really intuitive, and just like the control click to drag the lines and stuff. Man, yeah, like it's just so much better than like the shortcut keys for Illustrator. Like it's insane. Yeah, I got really efficient at tracing like any image into SVG just by hand using Flash. And I had a person who did screen printing who did the same thing, which is even funnier. Like this is over 10 years ago, but still kind of funny. Wait, is Theo streaming again? Wow, 2 days in a row. Crazy. 2 days in a row. Now, I don't believe his title for a second. I think I've made up my mind. Liar. There's no way. There's no way. I call shenanigans. Let me get more music going. Oh, shit. Actually, yeah, we could stand to make it a little taller. Where's my snapping guidelines? How do I make sure this thing's like centered? Let me get more music going. Oh, I'm a tracer for sure. I can't draw for shit. Yeah, flattening the vectors was easier. Yep. Yep, and still is. It's crazy how they just don't care. Like, they could make everything better, but they just don't. Because they just don't care. How do I do this alignment? Well, that's not what I wanted. Do I need to group them? Or flatten or something? And then hold on. Oh, it's because I'm selecting all of them. Yeah, I'm going to say these three. Gone. This. Gone. And then it's just those. And then can we... I don't want to rasterize. I just want to, like, flatten them. I don't know if we can. But maybe I can group them? Woo! All right. At least we could do like a vertical alignment, right? Group. There it is. It was in front of my face the entire time. So let me do that. And we're good. All right. So then, yeah, we'll save. And then we'll export. Does the artboard need to stay a square? Yeah, it does, because it basically fills the same void as like a favicon. And it's going to be the thing that sits like where this icon is on screen. So yeah, it basically needs to stay a square. Now, could we increase the size a bit more and, you know, get rid of some of that margin? Sure. But yeah, we do kind of need to stay a square for the place that it's going to be used. It's basically a favicon. Let me double check the WXT stats. Or not stats, but docs. Right, we see assets. Maybe assets is the wrong place. Configuration? No, I think we're good there. Let's double check publishing. Yeah, I don't care about automating this stuff yet. I think that's just fine. Yeah, I don't know. It looks okay to me. Wait, where'd you see that part? Is that over here? With your extension installed? I don't know about that part. I don't remember that being a thing. Like, I don't think I saw that. Like, maybe I messed up, but I just loaded it manually from the output folder. So it looks like it's using WebEx under the hood, and I guess that does it. Sure, seems cool. Yeah, so I didn't need to go through all that effort, but whatever. All right, so what I'm seeing is, right, we got like the wxt.svg, and I put that in assets when realistically it should go in public. We're going to delete that one. We're going to say nvs.svg. And it would be cool if they had a way of generating the images based on the SVG that we're passing. That would be really cool. Man, yeah. I'm sorry for just all the sniffling and stuff. It's just really annoying, but not much else I can do. A cold will cold. Well, I should look at what time the grocery store is closed tonight, because I kind of want to pick up some turkey pot pies, you know, for tomorrow. But I got chicken pot pies, and those are good enough. It's basically turkey. Oh. Woo. Woo. Man. The library, we're pausing on that because we're trying to release the browser extension that we made yesterday, or that we started making yesterday and finished today. But now I got to double check something. Render ATL CFP. When does that CFP end? Did I miss it already? I probably did. By the midnight? Yeah, I can check it out. Shit. Did I miss the CFP already? Let me do this real quick. Oh no, come on, go here. Can I not search? You fell asleep, but now boarding. Like you're hopping on a plane? Like that kind of boarding? You're going Denver to. Where's LGA? No, we can't sponsor. Yeah, I must have missed the CFP. Shit. LaGuardia. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know where LaGuardia is. Yeah. I don't think I've flown out of LaGuardia. I really don't like their font. but that's fine. Doesn't matter. Ah, shit, really? Oh, wait, no, hold on. I don't think they've opened it up yet then. Yeah, I might reach out to Justin Samuels just to double check, but the fact that it closed last year, January 26th, and I think they're shifting to the end of the summer instead of the beginning of the summer, I would just simply guess that they haven't opened up the CFPs this year yet. So, cool. And yeah, no worries, Jar Sauce. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, have a happy Thanksgiving, man. Yeah, cheers. I will say, if you're still there, if you're in like the Denver area, definitely check out like Denver JS. Like that's a really good event. Like CJ Coding Garden helps run it. Definitely something you should check out. I would assume that's like your main base, but maybe New York is. I don't know. But yeah, okay. So I don't think I missed the render CFP yet. I did just see Francesco Ciulla. I'm probably saying his name wrong. I think he's already been accepted to speak at render. It's a hunch. He just gave a hint. But he's big time, so I get it. Honestly, I'm pretty sure I could get a free ticket. No matter what. It's just as a speaker, your hotel and flight are covered too. Render ATL is a conference, but it's more of like a... God, it's hard to describe. It's more of like a social event, right? Like it's a conference, there are talks, there's like 6 rooms that talks happen in, so you're going to get FOMO from missing one. Not this past year, but the year before I got to go, and Kelsey Hightower gave like one of the truly most inspirational talks I've ever seen at a conference. I didn't get to see Aaron Francis's at Commit Your Code. I've heard that one was also very inspirational. But yeah, it's a tech conference that doesn't necessarily only focus on development or JavaScript or whatever. It's more of like it's like a cultural event. Like it's yeah, I can't describe it any better than that. I wish I could. But it's at its core, it's a conference, but it's so much more than that. I mean, there's some of that too, sure, but it's more like there's like the parties that happen around it. It's about like the people that you meet while you're there. This next year, they're going to have a thing called The Commits, which is going to be really cool. Where it's like, if you've seen this like recurring thing that I got going, right? The Commits is an open source award show. So if any company does open source, or if you can think of an open source project you want to nominate for a category, go to that website and do it, man. I think it's really cool. Like, I put the company All Hands onto that because I think it's important. And really, like, get cracking. We should probably be doing that too. But yeah, just the fact that, like, I don't know. Justin Samuels is just a dude, you know? Like, he's just so cool. And he's, like, really approachable and awesome. It's one of those things where I met, like, I don't think I even met him at Render ATL when I was there. But I'm sure that he saw I was getting, like, a free, like, influencer ticket to go. Because I would bet some of that stuff still goes through him. But then I saw him at GitHub Universe. I've seen him at multiple conferences in the past, like, year. He's one of those dudes who's, like, larger than life, but still so humble and still so awesome. It's just, yeah, it's really cool. He's a dude that's, like, very cool to know and easy to know as well. Right? Have you ever, like, tried to, like, chat with some people who are, like, big in this space, but they don't make themselves as approachable? I find that really annoying. And we don't need to name names or any of that stuff. I think most people are really, really, really approachable. But, you know, for every, I don't know, 5 to 10 stories of how awesome someone is, I'm sure there's at least one where someone's like, well, yeah, they seem cool, but you know what? I tried to say hi and they just said, okay, hey, and then just turned their back on me. Like, you know? And I think sometimes that's just a matter of circumstance or timing. But it's tough. I would hope no one's ever really gotten that impression from me, but I'm not big enough for that to be a problem. Whereas, like, other people are. I can say I've never had that problem in tech whatsoever. Like, whatsoever. But in snowboarding, there are people that think because they got into some fucking snowboard video or they get a paycheck from a snowboard company that they're better than other snowboarders, you know? Some of the best snowboarders I've ever met are just rep riders, right? Or just like free gear riders, you know? So it's kind of crazy when you meet someone who's really not that good, but they still get a paycheck and they think they're the shit because of it. It puts like a bunch of shit in perspective. But okay, so I don't think the CFP for render ATL is open yet. I was going to be really bummed if I missed it this year. Because they only allow one submission. And I'm really thinking the WebLLM talk, that's going to be my submission. I'm also going to do the WebLLM thing for React Miami, which I think that CFP is going right now. Right, there's a few that I really, 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 really don't want to miss. Like, I'm super bummed. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, man. Damn, we're seeing a bunch of people in these photos, actually. Bree! She was one of my one of the co-organizers at JS Nation. She's awesome. Ellie, I think her name is. This is Richard. He's super cool. Got to meet him in person finally at CYC. Prime, Dylan, awesome. Hell yeah. I feel like they look familiar. I don't recognize the others, but yeah, I don't know. Man, React Miami's such a vibe. I just got to double check. Did I miss the CFP for this? I thought it closed in like a week or two, but I could have missed it. That's the sponsor thing. Apply to speak. There it is. I almost missed that. I've got until December 18th. Whew. Okay, cool. I've got until December 18th. So, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Drill. I'll buy you a beer. Or a whiskey. Wink. All right, so yeah, the logo thing. What we need to do is, let's finish exporting this logo. I know, we get distracted. It's basically a holiday already, right? It's the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, which basically makes it an honorary Friday. So yeah, we're having a good old day. Let's get the export going from this, but real quick, I do have to use the restroom, so give me a second. I gotta pee. BRB, gotta pee.
Saddle up, partner.
Oh man, I almost sneezed while I was using the restroom. That's a scary experience. God, there's a sneeze. Yeah, like standing up peeing sneeze, right? Like fire hose. You know? That's the only way I can explain the fear. You know? Right? Like, oh god. Yeah, exactly. Looking at light helps me sneeze? No, I don't. I don't think so. Nah, for me, like, it's all about like the breathing flow. Like you can't breathe in or out too hard, otherwise you might lose the sneeze, which is way worse. Way worse. But no, I have a friend. Oh man, here comes another. Oh, man. Up into the sinuses rather than down into the lungs? I feel like most viruses only have certain places they actually can thrive. Most viruses aren't like lung infections anyway. Like I feel like most lung things are bacterial, especially when it comes to like pneumonia, etc. Like pneumonia is actually a side effect of other things, not like the virus itself. Like a lung infection is also kind of a side effect of another disease, not usually its own thing. And if it is like a pure lung infection, that's usually bacterial versus viral, at least as far as I know. Viruses have very specific places they can survive, you know? And that's the way they're kind of bred. But yeah, if you're talking about like lung infections and pneumonia, those are like separate things. Getting a cold tires the immune response, so then bacteria can take hold better. Oh, okay. Yeah, I could agree with that. I'm not enough of a doctor to argue that point. So yeah, I believe you. All right, so we're just going to do some exports. There might be some way to automate this. I would almost expect WXT to have a way to automate that because I think that's something that Plasmo does as far as like these browser extension frameworks go. But at the end of the day, it would take me more time to figure out the right way to do that than it would to just type these numbers and call it good. Now, if this was something we were doing on a regular basis, then yeah, I should look up the right way to do it, right? Ah, shit. Hold on. I did the wrong one. We can just rename it. That'll work. You can natively use SVG as a favicon, I believe. And yeah, ICO is really solid too. But for browser extensions, I'm not sure it follows the same exact rules as favicon, right? I was just using favicon as an example earlier to explain why we needed Square. It may follow slightly different constraints. I don't know, but better safe than sorry. Forgot I had a bunch of stuff open still. All right, so yeah, we'll call that good. Why not? No big deal. Oh no. Ah, I see. I see, said the blind man. It looks like. Wait a second. Okay, so dist is in there. Why is dist not grayed out? That's a little weird. So Firefox does, sure. Right? I get it. I don't know for sure, man. It's one of those things that I just don't care enough to verify. It doesn't matter. Just just do it the way the thing has it set up, and it doesn't matter at that point, you know? Like, there are really just some things that it's not worth your time to care about. And I think that's one of them. All right, so hold on. Which file are they saying is the issue? It's popup app.tsx. Right? There's almost that, what is it? Like the alcoholics, like, mantra or whatever. Power to change whatever. No, not that one. Right? Grant me the serenity to accept things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. Right? You can apply that to, like, software dev too. Without the God part. Compiler, grant me the serenity, right? NPM, grant me the serenity. Yeah, you can apply it to basically anything. Yeah. And I think that has value, right? It's just more about, like, there's only so much you can care about in this world. Care about the things that matter. Wait, Robert Tables and Sokolo, what are you guys referencing? Is that from the show Serenity? Or Firefly? I guess the movie was Serenity. Oh, Seinfeld? I'm pretty sure a bunch of people are going to leave stream when I say this, but I never watched Seinfeld. I think I've seen maybe 2 episodes worth of Seinfeld, but in, like, bits and pieces. Like, I can recognize a few of the references, right? Like the marine biologist thing. No soup. Yeah, I get it, Robert Sables. I mean, you're leaving the league because you're losing. I get it. Four to eight gets a ribbon. I'll give you a ribbon if you want. You'll get an achievement trophy, right? Like a participation trophy. Oh, can I just point out one thing that I'm really, like, kind of proud of? I'm pretty sure, or I was pretty sure that I had, like, burnt the bridge with Francesco, like Francesco Ciulla, the guy that does, like, the Rust stuff and, like, Let's Crush It and all that. But I got to meet him at, like, CYC and some other things, and he was totally cordial and cool. Yeah, it's more like he probably hopped into my stream and I was having one of my, like, asshole rants. You know? I get it. I'm not always the nicest person on stream. Right, Robert? You know? You might be specifically aware of that in a way that other people aren't. You know? Yeah, exactly. Totally. No idea. Never would have guessed. So, yeah, just saying. You know. Yeah. Whatever. It's a thing we can move past. I've done a bunch of Rust Robert tables. I've been dabbling in Rust for almost 10 years now. I don't do much Rust on stream because I'm pragmatic. I just want to build stuff. I don't often need Rust to build stuff. But dude, I spoke at the Manning Rust conference back in 2021 or whatever. Like, I'm pretty sure I've been doing Rust longer than Francesco's been doing Rust. Doesn't mean I'm better at it. No, dude, time's an illusion. But just saying, like, no, I'm into it. Dude, wow, Google even picks up one of my first recorded talks. This right here, this talk is basically how I know Bedtime Bear. All right, diving into decorators back in 2017. And then, yeah, we get like a bunch of Chris Griffin bullshit. No, I meant Griffing, literally. Like, I don't want Griffin. So I gotta, like, quote it, right? Right? NeoVim plus Tree Sitter. Hell yeah, dude. That might not have been actually, like, Rust. Yeah, it's interesting to me that the Manning one doesn't come through. I bet if we add Manning, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's because they do it as like one big stream. So then it just like links to my section like after Raimu's talk. But yeah, Rust Wasserman you. Oh, it was 2020, not even 2021. Typecraft? No, I met him in person in New York after the Tech Feud thing. There was almost a point at which we might have worked with him at Get Kraken for a thing. But, you know, that just didn't happen. There's another creator where, like, that fell through, and I'm actually really bummed about that. I don't necessarily want to name the creator. But yeah, like, yeah, that's kind of a bummer. But yeah, I'm not going to name names or get any deeper into that stuff. But yeah, kind of a bummer. But Zilksong, thank you for the follow. I just noticed that. Appreciate you. And then Chuck Beasley, thank you for the sub, dude. What's another one I missed? Dan is bored. I think I shouted that out, but appreciate you. Cheers, y'all. Or I should cheers it here. Tink. The TikTok visual? Oh, like the pan thing? Yeah, I'm actually proud of that. Yeah, we had just hired like a social media person like a while back, and this was one of the things that they kind of like pushed to make. And yeah, I don't know, I think it came out well. I think the part at the end where I'm just hold on, is that the one where I'm just like walking, just like right? Is that in that one? Yeah. That part's good. Yeah, I was proud of that one. All right, so yeah, we want to fix the import. It's nvs.svg. React logo, get that out of here. And actually, hold on. I don't think we even need a pop up. No, the pop up goes away. Get rid of the pop up. Move to trash. Components. No, components will leave. Content, I'm fine with. Background TS is probably fine. I'd say utils and types are probably good. Styles, yep. I don't even think we need the background, but I don't see where our logo gets used. Huh. All right. Woo. Oy. Yeah, circling real quick back to the whole Rust thing. I'm pretty sure I've been using Rust, Go, and Elixir longer than the Primogen. Now, does that mean anything? No, that's an appeal to authority that does not matter. Right? It's about what you do with it that matters way more. But I think the biggest thing I want to shout out is like, nah, I've been using shit. Just because I use TypeScript more doesn't mean I think it's better in any way. It's just what I use to accomplish my goals of actually building a thing. And I think more people need to adopt that rather than like caring about what language is best type shit. Right? Use the thing that helps you build what you want to build, not just because you want to use your favorite toy. Yeah, like honestly, it's just problem-driven development. Yeah. If more people embrace that philosophy, we'd have way less like holy wars over languages and frameworks. Oh, I got another sneeze coming. Oh, buddy. And yeah, I do gotta say, man, Sazerac rye. It's like it has way less of like a rye taste than other ryes I've tried. I There you go, Robert Tables. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm currently casting Counterspell on my next sneeze. No big deal. Woo! Yeah, I gotta sort your beanies, man. Duh. All right, so then last thing, right? Browser extension that shows npm usage or npm package version usage statistics. Inline on the npm or npmjs.com packages page, right? Or package pages. Now, here's the next thing. Do I just want to change the name? In that spot? Because I want it to have like a prettier name. Right? Like this part. And then the version of it. Hold on. Is it really on 0.0.0? We'll call it 1.0.0. Why not? But I feel like WXT should have some stuff that we need to put like into the package JSON. Hold on, manifest. Ah, so it should be in the manifest config. Aha, so that goes in WXT config here. Oh god. Oh god. think it actually nailed it. Yeah, dude, I think it actually nailed it. I don't think we need storage. Goyo. Is that the right way to pronounce your name, by the way? Just let me know. I will say, like, do we need to start keeping a counter of how often people ask those questions? Yeah, it's the new tabs command. It's fine. It's not your fault. I get it, Goyo, but... And, hold on, let me know. Am I saying your name right first? It's like Poyo, but with a G? Or should I be saying it otherwise? Oh, is it more like go low? So I just pronounce the L? Golo? Okay. Weird. Yeah. To me, it looks like it would be said like chicken, right? Like pollo. But maybe it's Portuguese instead of Spanish. Yeah, at the end of the day, oh, it's Italian, not Spanish. Okay. I don't think I've associated the name Rodrigo with Italian before. Doesn't mean it isn't. I just, yeah, that's how my brain works. So yeah, never mind. Oh, okay, okay. So you're Brazilian, but your first name is Italian. I do still feel like in Italian, is it really Golo? I mean, it's your name. It's pronounced however you want. I don't think I would have ever expected that. Oh, there's another one back there. Yeah, I mean, I've heard the name Rolo or Rollo, but I feel like those are usually with a single L, not the double L. But again, it's your name. Yeah. All I'm doing is just trying to make sure I remember this in the future. So Golo. Um, yeah, it's just a tool, right? For certain cases, it's the exact right thing to do. For other cases, nah, you might be messing up. No one can tell you when and when not to use those things. That's up to you. That's your entire job. There's another sneeze coming. I know it. And yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I tend to go with Gesundheit, but, you know, that's me being the agnostic I am, and I just want to wish people good health, which is what Gesundheit actually literally means. Gesund is good, height is health. So yeah, I like the German approach to it. Right, so yeah, npm version stats, that's the name of our extension. So then it's show npm package version usage statistics inline on the npmjs.com package page in the versions tab. Boom. Golo. That's how it's always been. You learn the APIs as you need them. There's no sense in memorizing something's docs. You need to do something very specific with FFmpeg. Is it worth memorizing every single argument FFmpeg takes? Fuck no. That's always been the case. With or without AI. Who gives a shit? Don't waste time memorizing something you can easily look up. I'm pretty sure Einstein said that, but I'd have to look it up. I'm so meta, even this acronym. Think about it. Right? I'm so meta, even this acronym. And then autocomplete that sentence with the acronym. I wish I'd made that up. No, I stole it from XKCD. So it looks like we might be in an ad break, but 3D Factor. Nah, man, you should never be one fuck up away from losing a job. That's a shit job. Just consider GitHub. GitHub had a problem years ago where there was major downtime because someone dropped production. They dropped the production database. Is it really that dev's fault? Or is it actually the fault of the entire system around them that allowed them to be able to even do so? Why would you fire someone who made that mistake when you've already spent so much money teaching them not to make that mistake again? Right? Why would you throw that investment away? You've already spent so much teaching them that lesson. Why would you throw that away? No, and I understand that 3D Factor, but I just want to point out, one mistake away from losing your job, you didn't want that job in the first place, and you should have been looking elsewhere. You shouldn't have to walk on pins and needles. It exposes a fault in the system, not just a fault that you made as a dev. And the best companies in the world recognize that. GitHub, Cloudflare, all these companies, they're not going to fire the dev that made the mistake because it's a major learning opportunity for the company to do better. Because there's something that went wrong beyond just the dev that did it. There are checks and balances that didn't get done along the way. And that's important. There you go, Jarrell. Perfect. That's a great example. A dev missed a thing. Sure, they made the mistake, but other people did the code review. It went through CI/CD, etc. If all of those things failed too, it's not just the one dev's problem. Yeah, root cause analysis is not just the person that made the mistake. It's how many things along the way had to fail for it to actually become an issue. Let's solve those other things, and then the one person making a mistake doesn't matter. Almost all failures are a learning opportunity. If you're at an organization that is so bad that they don't allow you to make mistakes, and making a mistake is a huge problem, you just don't want to be there. You just shouldn't be there. I get that, Golo. Every company wants something fast. Every company. GitHub, Cloudflare are not exceptions here. Every company wants stuff done fast. But the goal is to have enough checks and balances that you can move fast and not break things. What up, Code Drift? Yeah, have you used WXT before? Yeah, so Code Drift. We just built a browser extension, right? Like, I'm sure you've seen, you know, this NPM page for versions or whatever, right? But now you can get actual, like, statistics about what versions are used more. And we can go at major versions for Angular as an example, or we could even drill down into minor versions. And now you can decide if you want to build a library for an ecosystem, what versions you need to target. Now, it's only for NPM, but still, that's pretty useful, right? Yeah, a little bit. So if we go to View, right, and we head to the versions page, if you want to build a library for Vue, well, yeah, 3.x will solve 78% of use cases, but 21% of downloads are still 2.x. So if you're building a library for the Vue ecosystem, you might still want to target 2. Yeah, it's a bit of a can I use. I think it's useful because I needed it. And we actually used open code to vibe code that shit. Exactly, Code Drift. Yeah, like this is a thing that I wanted. And now we're going to go publish it. Sounds like a business idea? I don't know. If you think you can make money off it, go for it. I can't think of how to monetize this because it's already free in the browser now. It's just one extension away. Yeah, exactly. Like if I could vibe code it, someone else can vibe code it. I don't think it's a good business at that point. So just throwing that out there. If you can figure out a way to monetize it, like my source code's open. It's already pushed up. You can take it right now. $100%. Why the fuck isn't NPM just showing this? Why don't they have something like this? It could even be in the sidebar if they wanted. It could be anywhere they want. Why is this not a thing that they're already doing? If I were to apply to NPM and get a job there, I would build this feature and then quit and walk away because it's just something I needed, you know? Now, granted, I'm sure there's other stuff that would be really fun to work on too. But at some point, yeah, this would be one of those things where like, yeah, we hired this dev. He built this one feature he's always wanted. And then he just put in his 2 weeks notice. What the fuck, dude? Yeah. Yeah. I don't even want the $3. I just want you to like and retweet all my shit on every platform. That sounds great. Now, it's probably worth more than $3, so, you know, I get it. Maybe for a time frame. Sure. If I wanted to pay for bots to do that, it'd cost me way more than $3, right? And it'd be way shadier. But yeah, so I think we're good. I just wanted to make sure that we got all the stuff into here that we need. I'm not even sure we need the content scripts thing. I just think we need host permissions, and that might be it. Like, I think we might be good. So now... I'm gonna do this. I know Chrome's the default, but... Right? Then, what if we just did pnpm run zip star, and we're good, right? So then I do the same thing. And then we do that. I'm almost positive. We'll double check. Did I hallucinate this? Am I also a bad LLM? Shit. Shit. Hold on. I could have sworn that was a thing. No. Hold on. Maybe it is npm run all that was doing that. Oh, is that it? Do we have to wrap it in a regex? I think that's it. I think it just needs to be a regular expression. I do think run all used to do that for sure. Oh. Yep, there you go. Yeah, so it's just a regular expression. Yep. But yes, I've used npm run all for that same thing. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, pnpm is magic, man. It's super fucking good. Right, so even someone as like amazingly cool and senior as the Code Drift can learn something here on this stream. I'm really proud of that. Really proud of it. Exactly. Yeah. No. Never stop learning. Oh, I'm about to sneeze again. I know it. Not today. No, not right now. But yeah, no, we're good. But I do think we can share that with the rest of the world too. Ugh. Boy. Man, I went and did 3 conferences within a week's span. I went from here in Seattle to Dallas to SF, didn't get sick once. I go to NYC for a weekend, sick. Just sick. What the fuck, dude? NYC people are dirty. No, I didn't get sick when I did Dallas, SF, and Seattle, right? Like, totally went out and about, smoked a bunch of weed, drank a bunch of whiskeys, ate a bunch of food, probably shared a bunch of food. Totally fine in 3 separate locations within a single week. Not sick at all. I go to NYC for a single weekend, sick. I'm pretty sure I've gotten sick every time I've gone to NYC. No, it's really just a roll of the dice. It's not that big of a thing. In you, God damn it. In your. Maybe I should keep the typo just for engagement, right? Big brain, yeah? Well, yeah, there we go. Cool. All right, so yeah, let's continue down this path. We got the We got the dist folder populated. Let's actually get this going. Publish to the web store. Let's do it. And man, already, people over on the Blue Sky helping support. Appreciate y'all. So yeah, you're almost done with your third semester of your master's and your first year. You're so ready for the holidays. I get that, man. Hell yeah. What you got? Like plans for the holidays? What video games are you planning on like no-lifing? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? I'm actually massively looking forward to no-lifing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I still got to finish the first one, though. But I want to finish the first one in the same, like, lack of sleep period in which I binged the second one, too. Just chill, and you're planning on getting back on TOTK? Because you only started it and got in like a third of the way before work and your master started. TOTK. What is that again? Man, looking at a light. You people that can sneeze by just looking at a bright light, I'm so jealous. I did it just a second ago, and it made my sneeze go away. And then I had to, like, breathe the right way to actually trigger it. But Tears of the Kingdom? No, I get that. I totally get that. Man, I was talking with someone. Who was I talking to at JS Nation React Summit about that? I think Scott Talinsky is a huge fan of those. No, hold on. No. He is. Yeah, we were talking about that shit at the, like, Five Guys the night before everything. Yes. He's a big fan of those games. You have that thing where you sneeze when you look at the sun? I had a best friend who had that too, and I can't do that. Like, looking at the sun doesn't do that. Not for me. There is a thing, though, like, blonde hair, blue eyes, like, the sun hits me so much stronger. Maybe it's, like, too strong. Because the people I do know who've had that are, like, dark hair and, like, brown-eyed. Yeah. Like, I feel like blue eyes actually let in more light. So, like, blue-eyed people are actually, like, more blinded by the sun. And maybe that has something to do with it. Like, it's just too strong at that point. Right? Like, we're just blinded by the light, wrapped up like a deuce, another roller in the night. Oh, so maybe it's not even the blue eyes, it's just the dark hair. I don't know. Oh, you get wicked allergies too? Yeah. I feel like the older I get, the stronger my allergies do. I never had allergies as a kid, but as I get older, like, I'll totally get, like, the histamine bumps on my arm. And if you don't know what I mean by the histamine bumps, they're just, like, random little, like, lightly colored bumps that form on your hand, but only like temporarily. Like not on your hand, but like arm and other places too. Like I'll get those. Like as I'm getting older, but I never had them as a kid. Yeah, so it's like cumulative. Like I've just inhaled so much pollen that it's built up and now I got it. I could see that. I've known people who developed, yeah, like an allergy to shellfish. I was just going to say that. They developed an allergy to shellfish after living on like a crabbing boat. They could eat as much crab as they wanted, but then eventually they just couldn't eat crab anymore because they became allergic. That'd be my nightmare. I fucking love shellfish. Dude, that would bum me the fuck out. I fucking love shellfish. Is it shellfish of me to be happy that I don't have a shellfish allergy? That was a bad pun. I'm sorry. That was bad and I should feel bad. Lame. Yeah, exactly. People that eat too many peanuts or something develop allergies later on. It's actually, there's an opposite correlation too. People who eat peanuts as a baby are like way less predisposed to getting a peanut allergy later in life. So there's something about that too. Right? Like exposing babies to like peanuts and other nuts at a young age actually makes it to where they don't develop nut allergies. That's like a thing that's been like studied and kind of proven at this point. It's kind of crazy. Yes, that fucking tick and the allergy to red meat. Oh my god, fuck that. Yeah. Fuck that, dude. Dude, fuck that. Allergic to red meat? You mean my nightmare? Fuck that. Dude, what do you even do with yourself at that point? I guess I'll just die now. Like, I don't know. Like, fuck, man. That would be my nightmare. Some allergies just show up as bloating and lethargy. So I guess I'm allergic to everything. Boom, roasted. All right, hold on. Let me do this part. No, I'm not overweight. I'm just allergic to everything. Set a home address? I'm good. All right. There we go. We're back. You're thinking of taking your boyfriend to a nutritionist because he gets that a lot while eating. While you were in Japan, he didn't experience it at all. So you think it's food you eat here doesn't sit well with him. Interesting. It's one of those things where you got to start, like, you got to eliminate basically everything and figure out what starts introducing it. And you're better off going through like a nutritionist to have a plan for that. But yeah, I think you're totally right. Like, go through a nutritionist to like start eliminating, or actually starting from scratch of things that you can eat, and then slowly start adding things until you get to the point where like, oh, that's what it is. Severe vitamin B deficiency, that one's gnarly. D deficiency is easy, right? Like, if you live north of like, it's like the 40th parallel or something, you need to be supplementing vitamin D during the winter, even if you go out in the sun, because the sun isn't strong enough to force your body to create it. And it might not even be the 40th parallel. I forget the exact like number. But yeah, like here in Washington State, you absolutely have to supplement vitamin D during the winter, no matter how much sun you see. Vitamin B, yeah, vitamin B deficiency is like, well, yeah, are you drinking too much? Because it harms your ability to absorb vitamin B. Yeah, I do need to get blood work done eventually. I'm pretty lazy, but yeah, you're not wrong. Man, my nose is freaking out. Vitamin B is absorbed in the stomach. That would make sense because alcohol really does fuck with like your stomach more than most things. Once it hits other parts, like your liver kind of takes over. So I get that. Yeah, I think most of us could stand to lose some weight. Besides anyone on the cast of like the Wizard of Oz movies, right? Wicked. Every single person on that film needs to eat a sandwich. Jarrell? Yeah, I get that. I mean, I think caffeine affects people differently. Back when I was snowboarding a lot, I could wake up in the middle of the night and just chug the Red Bull or Rockstar sitting next to my bed and go right back to sleep. Like, I could literally do that. Sharkface, have you been selling your body for cheeseburgers? You said you wouldn't do that. All right, I get it. How's it going, Sharkface? It's been a little while, man. Good to see you. I feel like we only see you during like the fall and winter. So you got a social life during like the sunny months, huh? Which nothing wrong with that. You don't know if you should take 2 classes this spring or if you should do 1 class and really focus on it. You're planning on taking a video game design as a palate cleanser, and just because it looks fun. What would be like the second class you're thinking of taking? No, and I get that, shark face, like trails and fishing and stuff. Nice. Yeah, you catch something good? You catch a fish this big? Oh, you can't even see my hands. Like, this big? There you go. I don't know. Whatever. You know what I meant. What kind of fish do you like go fishing for? Is that like river fish, like trout and stuff? Or you go like ocean fishing? You caught a bass at Bass Lake? Well, I would hope they have bass at Bass Lake. You got a bunch of shit in Michigan? Ah, okay. But yeah, Vector, like seriously, like game design sounds amazing, but what is the second class you were considering? And then we can maybe help you think if that'll be too much. Like, you know, is it going to be like a scripting class where you're going to do some like JavaScript or something? Or is it more like, oh, you're going to take like data structures and algorithms 3 or something? Like, oh shit. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, shit. Reverse a linked list nested within a binary tree. And then invert it. The tree or the list? Both. Yeah, flip it down and reverse it. Yep. Damn. Who knew that Missy Elliott was just taking like third year computer science when she wrote that song? Shit. All right, new item. Drop a zip or select a file. Let's just select a file. It's easier. That's part of the fight song from Georgia Tech. Oh, okay. Is Georgia Tech the one that's like right there in downtown Atlanta? One of my Uber drivers was so proud of his daughter for getting into like whatever school he could like point at while driving me around like downtown Atlanta. And I think it was Lyft because fuck Uber, right? But yeah, you know what I mean. It is? All right, cool. Yeah, no, he was super proud. So yeah, I was happy for him. It's spread out in the downtown. Yeah, he just pointed at like one spot. But yeah, still pretty cool. Dude, looking at the light. Here it is. Man, talking is the thing that like I'm not breathing in or out of my nose enough, but it tickles the ivories just enough. But looking at the light doesn't do it for me. It's so weird. I'm actually jealous of you people that can look at a light and sneeze. Like the light almost like cancels my sneeze. Yeah, I'm better off closing my eyes. Which is actually better when you're going to sneeze anyway. No one wants to, like, pop them out, right? We've all heard that urban myth and are scarred for life because of it, right? I need to order my soup ASAP. Nah, I'm going to eat some chili and, yeah, maybe pour, like, a mug of, like, chicken broth or something. Now, I just really want to be healthy by Friday. Now, we made the joke, like, I had to go pee earlier, and I was peeing, and then the urge to sneeze was happening while I was, like, sitting there peeing. That's a nightmare. Like, I don't want to clean up the of a sneeze while peeing. That's nightmare material. I'll do that at, like, a restaurant or something. Who gives a shit? At my own home? Oh, no. And I'm kidding. I'd still feel bad doing it anywhere. Mr. Sir. Yeah, exactly. Dude, I woke up and I was like, oh man, yeah, sinuses are good today. And then all of a sudden it just got way worse. Like, kind of crazy. Nah, I picked it up in New York. I do wonder, Jianhua, you out there? Did you get me sick? But now it's just, yeah, traveling and bullshit. Is what it is. Exactly. Human computer interaction? Oh, that one's probably going to be really good. Yeah. Yeah, that one's tough. I would say do not do embedded systems at the same time as the game one. Human computer interaction could actually be like really useful at the same time as the gaming one. Or like right after the gaming one too. Like I almost think like the gaming one would be better after the human computer interaction. Like it seems to me like those two would go hand in hand in a cool way. But maybe not. I don't know. One thing I still love to reference when it comes to human computer interaction is like Cycle.js. Right? The abstraction of like the dialogue is really fucking cool and powerful. So even if you don't take those two classes at the same time, you could still understand a little bit about it as you take your gaming class, and this stuff would still be like hugely fucking relevant. So maybe you just do a little like pre-learning by just like reading this and getting like just the smallest bit of it. This isn't going to take the place of an entire class, but it'll at least give you a little bit to think about so that you're more prepared when you get there. And then another fun read, I think, is... It's maybe not the exact same thing, but the Elm white paper. I remember reading the Elm white paper. Not Elm Wealth bullshit. Elm Lang. And concurrent functional programming, or reactive programming, for functional GUIs. I feel like, and I could be wrong, that there's at least something related to like gaming in this one, but if it doesn't cover it, there is some other thing by Evan Szaplicki that does relate to gaming instead, that is like a cool, interesting read as well for like game design. I do remember reading an Evan Szaplicki, and I might be saying his name wrong. I think that's it though. I do remember reading an article from him back in like the days of Slashdot that massively changed the way I think about how front ends work in general. Right? When you think about gaming, right? Every game you've ever played is simply a representation of the state under the hood. Right? And it's actually the exact same thing that relates to web applications that we're building. They're just a function of state. Right? And when you start thinking about that in the perspective of gaming, yeah, you don't need absolute perfect physics in gaming. You just need a graphical representation that maybe fudges the numbers and feels real. But then, like, the stuff you're doing under the hood doesn't have to be exact physics, right? It just needs to be fun. And it just needs to look fun. So, like, separating the GUI from the state and understanding that you can have translations between the two opens your eyes. And every single game you've ever played is just a representation of state, which is really powerful. So, yeah, just wanted to throw that out there. Yeah, the Elm white paper, like, honestly, when you start reading this Elm white paper, you're going to be like, wait, this is basically React and Flux. Duh. So I would simply say, like, React and Flux and the way that we write, like, modern web applications, would we even be doing the same thing without this white paper? I don't know. I'm not sure. Nicely played, Robert Tables. Yeah. I believe in the separation of GUI and state. Yeah, that was solid. That's a good one. Let me get more music going, I guess. All right, so I think we do need a screenshot. Oh, and hold on. I'm sorry, Vector. Nah, you're added to the list. You can do links in the future. Feel free to repaste that link now. You're good. We just have it to prevent like the random spammers. And they're pretty rare on this channel these days, but yeah, that's my bad. I don't know. It's still nice when we prevent one of those fucking random spammers. Even if it only happens once a month, it's still worth it. All right, so hold on. They want a 1280 by 800. Shit, there was a way to select like a ratio, right? Maybe it's this. Mode, custom ratio. Yeah, here we go. 1280, 800. Shit. Nope, that was it. I was close. Boom. Nailed it. All right, so then file, export. Boom, screenshot one. Nailed it. Nailed it. Small promo tile. I don't think we need that. Additional fields. Ah, shit. I removed everything but active tab. I think storage and even scripting are not necessary. So I just need to rebuild it, but yeah, we need to like rebuild. What the fuck? Did I not remove that? God damn it. Okay, no, I don't need storage. I don't think I even need scripting. I just need active tab, and I think host permissions. They kept the screenshot, which is good. We go to privacy. Motherfucker! I think I need to change the version. Ah, shit, and I didn't do zip. No, so that might have been it. Not using remote code. Data usage. No, I don't do any of that. Vector Hacker, what were the weird edge case bugs? I may not be aware of what those bugs are. I'm not saying they exist or don't exist. But someone else recommended WXT very heavily. I believe that was Four Wheel Gator, if you're out there. And I would say it's better than Plasmo, because Plasmo wants to nickel and dime you and get you to pay for shit. I don't plan on collecting any data. I do not sell. I do not use. I do not use. Yeah, nope. Completely zero. I do not collect user data, so I think we're good. The detailed description is too short. Package, store listing. Oh. We're skipping that song. How dare they? Save draft. Submit for review. Publish it. Fuck it, right? What up, Dev Valley? So yeah, we did that one. What about Firefox shit now? Right, we should submit for Firefox too. Yeah. And I'm doing good. Yeah, we have this thing that I'm really proud of. Like, it solves a problem that I've had for a long fucking time. I want to see what version of packages are used and whether I should build something backwards compatibility-wise. Shit, I'll submit this to, like, the web dev subreddit. Like, what other subreddits do you think we should, like, brag about this on Saturday? Shit, I could even post it to, like, what is it? Like Product Hunt, or at least Dev Hunt. Hold on, sneeze time. What am I doing? We are currently publishing a browser extension that we vibe coded the fuck out of. But really, our main thing is we're like trying to wrap WebLLM into like like framework specific libraries so that people can use WebLLM in a Vue project or a React project or whatever, right? So I am pretty much anti vibe coding, but I can't just bury my head in the sand, and I need to be better about understanding that shit. So I decided to use it for this like very finely scoped project. And we made a CLI tool like yesterday. Today, like we started the browser extension. I think the browser extension is actually the better use case for it. But yeah, like I got into software dev because I just wanted to build things. I wanted to like make stuff real that I had in my brain. And then I decided to like really get into coding because I couldn't afford to pay people to do stuff. That said, I got really hooked on the idea of like coding. Hold on, another sneeze coming. Maybe. No, I think we're good. WebLLM is super fucking slick. Exactly their vector hacker. But to use it in something like React, you'd have to like wrap it in your own shit, you know? Oh, thanks, Go Drift. I appreciate that. Yeah, like I'm an ideas guy that knew I couldn't afford to pay people to do shit. So I decided I should figure out how to build shit myself. I will say that is somewhat a thinly veiled self-promotion message, and those are really, really frowned upon. If you had made the same comment without the whole "you're live right now" part, that would have been a little better at least. But that is a very thinly veiled check out my stream kind of comment, right? I know you didn't mean it that way, but in a lot of streams, that's a bannable offense. That said, I get it. And I'm not going to click into your stream right now, but I will just simply say, treat your stream like people are watching. Speak out loud about what you're doing as you're doing it. Narrate everything you're doing. Every thought that comes to your brain, speak it out loud instead of keeping it inside. If you don't have a camera going, you should get a camera going. Watch your stream later and double check, like, is your audio actually good? I think those are the big tips I can give you. In general, this category is the easiest category to build in, right? Like, yeah, the I'm live right now is a huge fucking red flag, though, dude. Now, I get it, but that's a huge fucking red flag. So be very wary of that. Any other stream that you go into with this. But no matter what, the advice I gave you is the same advice I'd give everyone that wants to stream. Even if there's no one watching, pretend people are. And annotate everything you do. Say it out loud. Ask chat things, even if there's no one there. Just ask. It costs you nothing to frame a thought you're having as a question rather than a statement. Sure, I don't know. I feel like I got lucky. My first stream, I had like 10 to 15 people watching. So time of day definitely matters. But really, really, like that's the biggest thing Code Drift is hitting on. Go watch your VOD later. Is that something you would watch? If not, think about why. Like, do you have good music going? I think half of the people watching right now are here because I play amazing, awesome music. The streamer part is secondary. You do need to turn VODs on, yes. They are not turned on by default. So that's the next thing you should probably do. No, I get it there, X Factor. I totally fucking get it, dude. I know at least half of the people here because I have impeccable music taste. But yeah, like, I'm always saying what I'm doing as I'm doing it. I'm narrating my thought process. And I think that's a big thing that some streamers have to, like, learn how to do. How do I find non-copyright music to play? Just don't even worry about it. So Dev Valley, look up how to separate your live audio from your VOD audio. And at least OBS has a way of doing that with the audio mixer. Oh God, what's his name? The guy with the hair. I know that doesn't say anything. Harris Heller. Now that I've said his name, the guy with the hair is going to make a lot of sense. But Harris Heller has a video about how to set up the separation of audio. Yeah, if you just want to get it done fast, yeah, use Streambeats or Monster Cat or some of these other things that like guarantee, right? Like pay a little bit and then you're using like copyright free shit, like guaranteed. Even then on YouTube, you're going to get fucked anyway. So I would definitely look into splitting out the audio so that you don't ship your music audio to YouTube. If there's copyright music in a stream but not VODs, that's totally fine. Yeah, for sure. I know a bunch of streamers that stream like really heavy like pop bullshit, which is gross. Legally, no, it's not fine, but at a certain level, no one's going to give a shit. When you get to a certain level, it's a problem, but that can be a problem when it's there, you know? Yeah. Like the cost that the RIAA would incur to listen to every single fucking stream, it'd be worth way more than what they would get out of it, you know? Yeah, like at our level, at my level, I'm not worth their paperwork. YouTube is absolutely a separate beast. That's why I say don't even bother streaming music to YouTube. It's not worth your time. It's not worth your effort. So really look into splitting out your audio feeds and just don't ship music to YouTube. I know there are people watching on YouTube, and I'm so sorry that you don't hear the music I'm playing. If you are ever curious, I'll happily give you the link for like, oh, you see me bobbing my head and I'm really liking it? I'll give you the link so you can listen to it. But I will not ship music to YouTube. Because I used to listen to like White Bat Audio that advertises themselves as royalty-free music on YouTube, and I still got fucking screwed by copyright trolls over that shit. So I refuse to listen to anything from White Bat Audio ever again. Carl Casey or whatever his name is. I will never listen to their music ever again because they are not fighting the copyright trolls on behalf of creators. It's like they don't give a shit. So I'll never listen to that shit. It's just not worth my time or effort. Which is a shame because Carl Casey and White Bat Audio is really good music. But yeah, the royalty-free thing in their title is a fucking lie if they're not defending it. Yeah, anyone can make a claim. Yeah. And the onus is on me as the streamer, and I can't just broadly say anything from this artist, check their stream thing. Like I have to fight every single song. Yeah, YouTube's like copyright thing is garbage. Like fucking garbage. So yeah, let me go pee. I'll be right back. Yeah, I do think the human-computer interaction thing, Vector Hacker, is worth doing, and I think video game design, actually, these things like are somewhat intertwined because good video game design honors good human-computer interaction too. And by understanding both of those things together, I think there's some like synergy there. But let me go pee, BRB, and I'm gonna put on that scene because I love this scene.
Talk to the hand.
Alrighty, and I'm back. All right, so 1 second. So yeah, there you go, Dev Valley. You're getting some really good feedback. I will just simply say, like, in the future, never mention you're live. Never check your viewer count. I mean, I can't help but look. I'm only human. Yeah, so that's one of those things I know other people do that. I know other people do it. Like, I know Rox Codes never looked at his number. I know there are other streamers that never look at their number. I fucking love it. There's no way I could prevent myself from looking at that number. So, yeah, do what you want to do there. If you want to see the number, go for it. Just be prepared that when it goes lower than your average, you're going to feel bad about it. And guard yourself against that. Oh, no, code drift. Like, nah, when a raid comes in, like 70% of the people raiding in drop anyway. That shouldn't make you feel bad at all. Nah, don't feel bad about that, man. Like, it's a major edge case where when you raid into a stream, most of your stream stays at the stream you raided. But that is something that Twitch considers, and I know something that the Primogen has thought about in the past. I don't know if he cares that much anymore, but it's at least something that someone told him, like I think Dan Clancy told him, that like the amount of people from your raid that stick around determines how much they recommend your stream to the other people in the future, kind of thing. But I feel like Prime only cared about that before he made it. Now I don't think he actually cares. I don't know for sure. I have no idea. Let me grab another soda. Shit, 1 second. Yeah, my favorite thing is like, dude, when the raid chain goes deep, that's fucking awesome, man. I borderline hate streamers that don't raid other streamers. I consider that a major fucking red flag. Like a major fucking red flag. Streamers that don't raid other streamers, I'll actually unfollow those fucking people. And I think Randy might have been one of them. Like, there's a couple long-time, big-time streamers that just don't raid people. I'm good. I'm out. Right? Like, sorry, like, the thing I was doing was, like, the blackjack dealer thing. Dude, if I meet a streamer that just never raids other streamers, I'm out. Because they don't give a shit about community. They don't deserve raids themselves, you know? Never do desktop audio mic aux. Capture sources explicitly. I'm actually doing desktop audio right now. I'm doing mic right now. So damn you and your rules, Code Drift. I spit in the face of them. I'm doing that right fucking now. You can hear my Slack pings, but you know what? I can just put Discord into streamer mode. I just usually forget to do so. That's a separate thing. But why wouldn't I want y'all to know how popular I am? Wink. I know. I get it. Shit, I want to wire up my phone so every, like, text I get, you guys hear it so you know how popular I am. Shit. I'm not. So, damn. What if I had that wired up this entire time? Yeah, you guys haven't heard shit. Crickets. Nothing. All right. Well, touche. Woo! That said, hold on. For everyone out there, man, Sazerac rye. It barely tastes like a rye. This is a solid rye. Like, pretty good, man. Yeah, maybe that, Vector Hacker, or also, like, message from mom, like, did you make friends on stream today? I hope they didn't laugh at you again. You're my special boy. Like, I don't know, I'm bullshitting. Only barely. You want me to make you a sandwich? My mom has said that she drops in my stream every once in a while. She's a teetotaler, though. So I don't think she necessarily appreciates seeing me, like, drink myself to oblivion as much as I do. And I get that. I actually feel bad. I went to dinner, like, I haven't visited my parents in years. Because I live on the West Coast. They live over in, like, Pennsylvania. I went and visited them, like, 2 or 3 days before JS Nation last week, or a week and a half ago, or 2 weeks ago, or whatever. And we went out to dinner. I ordered some whiskey. My uncle ordered a wine. And my dad was, like, he's a teetotaler as well. But he's, like... He's got, like, memory issues these days, etc. Like, I don't want to involve you in that bullshit. But he was like, ooh, should I order a wine too? And I almost felt bad for being that, like, alcohol peer pressure for my dad. Like, I felt really bad about it, actually. Like, it was really fucking weird. Because he doesn't drink. He never drinks wine. I guess back in the day, he used to do, like, gin and tonic or something. Like, we're talking, like, 50 years ago. But like my entire life, he's been zero alcohol. He did get me started smoking weed. So he's not a teetotaler. My mom is a teetotaler. No. So Vector Hacker, this is one of those things that, no, I've dealt with my dad's memory issues since I was in fucking junior high. No, he had like a heart thing, was without oxygen for a long fucking time. Came back, and like when he came out of what was basically a coma for like a day or so, he didn't even recognize my mom. So like, yeah, like this is a thing I've dealt with for 30 years at this point. Or like almost 30 years. So it's not a big deal. I don't mind talking about it. I'm just pointing out, like, he hasn't had a good memory since then. But he's still dead, you know? Like, he's still that person. But he does have memory issues, you know? But yeah, teetotaler is someone who completely abstains from not just alcohol, from everything. Right? So a teetotaler is someone who doesn't even smoke weed. Someone who does none of that shit. But at least as far as like how I understand the term. Basically the Antichrist. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, my dad is not a teetotaler. He got me started smoking weed. And this is after the event, right? But he still never drank throughout any of my life. My mom doesn't smoke weed even, right? Like, so she never drank, but she also doesn't smoke weed. Because I think maybe she did before I was born, and she felt like someone needed to be sober in the house when shit goes down. Which is interesting, right? Yeah, I'm the opposite of a teetotaler, but I don't really go beyond weed and whiskey. I've done cocaine once or twice. It's just not for me. It's not that fun. It feels like a lot of hullabaloo for just being a little more energetic. Maybe it just doesn't hit me the right way. I might be ADD or ADHD and it just doesn't hit. I don't know. I don't like the label. But every single time I've tried it, it didn't feel any different. So yeah, like cocaine, meh. I don't think I could get addicted to cocaine because I don't think it affects me the same way it affects other people. Mushrooms? I like mushrooms. But I also recognize there's a time and a place for mushrooms. If you're not in like the right state of mind to do mushrooms, you're fucking up. And I've done it only once, and it wasn't even a bad trip, but I do just remember, shit, man, I was drinking, someone was like, hey, I got these mushrooms, and I was like, I'll eat them, and then I was like, wait a minute, I gotta wake up at 7 in the morning. And I just didn't sleep. Yeah, and I had to wake up at 7 in the morning and then go do, like, work shit. Like, oh, that was a terrible experience. So yeah, like, I don't know. Mushrooms are very much like a time and place specific thing, and you got to do it when you know that it's right. And if it doesn't feel right, don't do it. Because you will focus on why it doesn't feel right. And it's just it's not a bad trip, it's just like a trip you don't enjoy enough, you know? I will say, and this is the magic of it, I can do a cap and a stem and go snowboarding, and I will land every trick. I don't care if it looks good, but my feet will somehow magically just fall right under me. Doesn't matter what trick I'm doing or anything. I could chuck and just whee, and I just put my feet down. Like, dude, it's so fucking cool. That's not like you're tripping balls, just a cap and a stem, but things just connect in the right way. Ooh, I love those times. Those are nice. You like having a clear head. I like not having a clear head, actually. We might like those things in the same fucking way. Just different paths. And that's fine. I like having a clear head too, but I like the moments where I don't have to have a clear head. And those moments feel really cool. But yeah, like, I like more natural moments. And alcohol doesn't feel quite as natural, but it is natural. But LSD, I don't even know if I had good LSD, but I didn't like it the time I did it. I do have a sneeze coming. Hold on. No, I think I preempted it. I think we're good. And yeah, I think the biggest thing is I don't want to glorify any of this shit for anyone. Like, you find your place in the world, you find the stuff you like to do. That's all up to you, man. I think the biggest thing is think for yourself, question authority. Right? Think for yourself, question authority. If you haven't tried any of this shit, do you actually know? But there is like a fine line to that, right? Like, I have no desire for anything harder than mushrooms. Just zero desire. I'm good on it. No, thank you. And even then, tripping too hard on mushrooms is too far. A cap and a stem? Perfect. Peyote is a fungus that grows in the desert. It could be considered similar to ayahuasca, but ayahuasca is like a cactus, right? Have you ever watched the movie Beavis and Butthead Do America? Their major like trip was a peyote trip. Now, if that's accurate, I have no idea. But at least, as you understand the context of the drug they did, that was peyote. Right? When, like, Roller Coaster of Love plays? Yeah. That's a peyote trip. If it's actually like that, I have no idea because I haven't done peyote. I don't necessarily plan to either, but I do like the more natural things rather than some lab cooked up bullshit like LSD. And then anything beyond that, no thank you. When I had my wisdom teeth pulled, and they were only the bottom two, I didn't have the top two, which was interesting. I think it just means I'm more evolved. Wink. But yeah, I only had the bottom two, like, wisdom teeth pulled, and they gave me something. I didn't even take it. I just did, like, the weed, like, vaporizer thing through the nose, so I didn't, like, dry socket the bottom, like, wisdom teeth things. But yeah, what's up, Borrow Check, Mr. Sir? No, I appreciate you. Yeah, we rated Burrow yesterday. How you doing? Yeah, what you up to? O-Camel, I don't know what Garam means, or tech. O-Camel's fine. It's a thing. I've done a little bit of O-Camel in the past on, like, a feature flag tool I made, and Dylan Mulroy helped us actually, like, understand it, and then I had to do a bunch of other shit to actually make it work. So I still had to, like, he basically gave us, like, the 70%, and then I had to do the other 30% to make the library actually work, which was chill. You own an OCaml t-shirt, so that's about as close as you get. Yeah, there's another streamer that I saw streaming the other day that is heavy into OCaml. I am forgetting their name. Shit. They are super cool, though. I want to say, like, glasses and, like, reddish hair. I think they identify as she, her, but I could be wrong. There's someone doing like OCaml monomorphing? Yeah, no, I'm thinking of someone else. God, I'm really fucking up. No, they're awesome. I don't know what their identification is though. So I could be fucking that up, but they're great. And Dylan Mulroy would absolutely know all this stuff. Yeah, Sicario. When we were doing like the Dylan Mulroy like collab streams about like the OCaml stuff, that shit was so fun. Man, I learned a lot. That was really cool. Yeah, those streams were really fun. Dylan's the best. I feel bad. I haven't had a chance to actually like chat with him in a major way since those streams. Even though like we did a thing for Get Kraken's GitCon coming up soon. Hey, hey, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, in which he and a couple other devs chatted with one of our people from Get Kraken about like, hey, your boss is measuring you. Now what? Right? Like, what do developer focused metrics mean? And you don't need to feel bad about it. Just understand it, right? And he was part of that, like, that panel. I wish I could have just, like, listened in on that panel, but I just needed to source people for that conversation, and I did. And I think most of the people in that conversation were people I sourced, which I feel really good about. So, yeah, at GitCon for GitKraken, there is a panel in which Dylan Mulroy and Marino Vijay, or VJ, I forget how to pronounce his last name, and Brittany Ellich, I think that's how you pronounce her name, like a bunch of really good fucking devs spoke up in this panel about that thing, and I haven't even seen it yet, so I'm looking forward to it. And I think that'll be some really cool content. I do have to sneeze. I think it's bubbling up. Nope. I think I lost it. Shit. God, sneezes, man. Okay, so let's keep doing this thing. We're waiting for James Play's GM to let me know he's ready for a stream. Let me just at least let the crowd know. So yeah, we built out an extension that adds these like version usage statistics to this like active tab versions thing on npm.js, which I'm really proud of. We submitted it to the Google Play Store. There it is, right? But now we need to publish to the Firefox browser extension store as well. And how do we do that one? But yeah, I borrow check, by the way. Let me just point out, I appreciate you coming over from the raid yesterday. Have you never been in this stream before? I just want to make sure. I do feel like your name looks really familiar, but no, this looks like the absolute first time you've ever been here. All right. So I will point out, like, I recognize your name, Rust, and all that, right? Can I just, like, say, I've been doing Rust for ages, like a long time. there is the Manning Rust conference in which I gave a middling talk. But in that talk, like as we get to my part, I think there's another coming, but we'll wait. Yeah. So yeah, you're Rust dev. That's fine, man. If I share this, let me at least just point out that I've done Rust. This is a talk from 2020. I've done Rust. I'm not an ex-Rust dev. Like, I just simply use the tools as I think they're needed. And if I wanted to make some awesome stuff, Rust is the absolute, like, best tool I can think of to make awesome, like, libraries and tools and whatever. Like, I think absolutely Rust is the best tool for writing WASM libraries and WASM things, you know? So there you go, BioCheck. Yeah, only time you'd ever use Rust now is for WASM. Well, let me just point out another use case that I think is worthwhile. There's the MaxDay Lambda perf thing. And yeah, Rust is also maybe something you should consider for Lambdas, because the cold start time is so fucking small. And the hot start time is actually less than C++. So just throwing that out there, just in case, just so you know. Kavit TV, thank you for the follow. Sumoso, and oh man, I missed a bunch. SCPO, appreciate you. I got another sneeze coming. Nope. God, I hate that. I'd rather sneeze than not sneeze if it's an almost sneeze, you know? God, that's the worst. All right, so hold on. Let me double check. What do I think about Elixir? Elixir's fine. I'm using Elixir for the back end for the main project I'm working on lately, which is Masijo. My main point is Masijo. No, it's project. I feel like, yeah, I should turn project into Masijo as a command eventually. But yes, the main project I'm working on, besides like the thing in the title and what we're doing right now, is Masijo. The reason I am creating a wrapper for WebLLM is to explore how I could do AI-based things for Masijo to solve like the haystack problem. And if you're not aware of what I mean by the haystack problem, that's fine. But if you keep following and jumping into chat eventually there, Kavit, you'll understand what I mean as I build out that functionality. Right? So yeah, it does look like James and Worm are about ready. But yeah, so Kavit, I do a whole bunch of shit. The thing we were doing mainly today is we built a thing for npm.js that adds these kind of stats as a browser extension to this page. And I find that massively useful because the main thing we're doing based on our title is building WebLLM wrappers for other frameworks, so I can eventually make talk proposals about that. And then eventually, like, we've already built the WebLLM wrapper for React, so I can use it inside of my Masijo project for other things, so I don't have to, like, break the bank doing, like, OpenAPI or other token-based bullshit, right? I want to allow users to do LLM kind of things for the app without me having to pay out of pocket for that shit. So that's my main goal. Does it mean, like, oh, it's a failing business because I'm not willing to, like, front that shit out of my own pocket? If you want to be a dick about it, yes. But also, it's an early business. And to solve that problem out of my own pocket without any venture capital or whatever, dude, I'm not made of money. And I don't want to fund that because one asshole could blow up that bill and bankrupt me, you know? So instead, I can let them run that shit on their own machine and prove out the idea of how I can make the haystack problem better for the app I'm building. And that'll be something that we really focus on within the next like week or two after we've finished like the WebLLM wrapper problem. So I hope that gives everyone a little bit of context. What I'm thinking is, I think we can go raid Theo, because he's still going, right? And I don't get enough of a chance to raid Theo. Problem with API-based solutions is the user. Like, yeah, like, not necessarily the user, but the cost inferred if you're using third-party APIs that charge you money, you know? Even just a single user abusing me could bankrupt me. Because all of this is out of my own pocket. Eventually, could I get VC funding and it's not a problem? Absolutely. But we're not there yet. That is a problem for later. No, I get it. Burrow came online, but we raided them just yesterday. And I haven't had a chance to raid Theo for a while because I normally go later than Theo actually goes. And he's raided me a bunch of times. I feel like Burrow has raided me at least once or twice, for sure. But we're going to go raid Theo. I think. Unless he's wrapping up. And if he is wrapping up, I hope he doesn't raid here because we're about to raid out. Nah, he's still doing like video stuff. Yeah, no, perfect. Nah, we're good. It's why rate limiting is a thing. Yeah, I get that, but dude, we can prove out an idea before we even need to think about rate limiting for like AI bullshit. If you're ever curious about the song we're playing, yeah, you can just do song. RefX Nexus sound in the wild? I mean, this is a specific artist. This is time travel. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. That's fine. But yeah, we're going to go raid Theo. People on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you. I'm going to stop the YouTube stream now. And then, Twitch, we'll do that separate. So YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. I'll be back here tomorrow. And tomorrow I want to do like an early to late stream. Like we're going to stream all fucking day, Halloween-wise. Or Thanksgiving-wise. Halloween, Thanksgiving, same thing.